Let me see if this fixes it. There we go. Now it's working. How's everyone this morning? Yo, Friday. It's Thursday. Puts or calls, Wizard? I don't know. I bought some puts while I was on the taxi, and they're down like 30%. So, not winning on those yet. Bulls keep getting rug pulled up here. Someone's selling out of the money calls and closing out in the money calls. So they keep trying to push and they keep getting fucked over. This is like the fourth attempt now. I started to forgive you yesterday, but today you forced me to watch Matt Kors for an hour. I hate you again. No one forced you to do that. You said Discord you're getting your allergy shots. Yeah, I thought I mentioned that on the Sunday stream this week. I had them scheduled every day this week, like before the stream starts. But then I get to the doctor's office, and even though it's my appointment, somehow people who show up later than me go in before me. And then they're like, oh, we're waiting on the shot, which doesn't make any fucking sense either. Like, I thought it was going to be like a kind of an arrangement where, like, I walk in, they give me the shot, I walk out. It's not like that at all. It's like every day is a little doctor's appointment. I'm a cult leader, Doc. You aren't respecting my authority. Yeah, I mean, seriously, though. Ooh, back below gamma neutral. Let's do it. Actually, where is gamma neutral? It's not, we're not quite below it yet. Big fucking tech pump this morning. Uh, 47, 57, 31. See if we can get that where it needs to be. That's 38. I guess that's kind of close enough. It's not, but it almost is. 32. God damn it. Fucking log charts. There we go. Let's make that purple. Oh, and then where's the monthly? Hold on. The monthly is at 47, 38, 57. Oh, that's in the right spot. Is it? 47, 45, 80. Did I forget to change that last night? 47. Oh, you know what? I can just leave that there. Use the yellow one. There. Okay. Vol turning up a bit. Do you think we gap fill? I mean, it looked like the Bulls had a handle on shit there for a minute, and then they kept losing it. And now they just dumped another 750,000 gamma or delta. So that doesn't look good, right? We're having a really hard time keeping gamma even positive right now. Looks like the calls they're buying out of the money keep getting sold when they keep getting stopped out of them. But they are trying. They're trying really, really, really hard. Which is a bit different than yesterday, where they weren't really trying at all. This is with very little actual pushback from bulls too. Like the bulls aren't really doing anything, or bears rather. They're kind of just selling calls. Is this the last opportunity for long puts and bear call spreads? Maybe. Speaking of which, do you want to add another one of these? I kind of do. I'm aware of the puts. I don't think I want to set stops on them yet. Although I might just be a bit of an idiot. Yeah, I don't think I want to set stops just yet. Or more puts coming in. No, not really. Bears really aren't doing much. Maybe longer dated, but nothing coming in today. It's a very, very small amount of put volume. Bulls are just fighting themselves. I think they're kind of like fighting the MM, and then the call sellers kind of messed them up. So up here, a lot of people were selling calls. Whoa, that's not the right color or size. Up here, there were a lot of calls being sold, so they kept buying like the 65, 70, 75 strikes. Um, and somebody just kept selling the fuck out of them. So that kind of ruined their positioning a little bit. Now they're back below gamma neutral again, so there's no dip buyer. Well, less of a dip buyer. And then if we fail 45, there's no dip buyer. I didn't sell that many calls. But like some, right? For making a ham sandwich, I forgot to shake the mustard, drenching my sourdough in mustard water. Is this what it sounds like when doves cry? Yes. Will we fill the gap? It's possible. Well, 4750 is a big resistance, but if we have the right momentum, we could, yeah. I think we're kind of in a position to do that. I can't believe these fucking puts printed. Blind faith. Blind faith puts. Nice. Ooh, Tesla. Tesla's shitting the bed. I wish Netflix would do that. Oh, I wanted to look at Nvidia 85 spreads. Vertical. Excuse you? Oh, there we go. Not worth it. Maybe next week? Wait, what? Okay. Why are they all in the money? That's a lot of... I wasn't losing my mind there, right? Okay. There's no 250 strikes to the upside. That's kind of nice. $218 risk. 40%? Hmm. Alright, let's see. Futures looks like it could sell off a little more. Did find some support once again at 47.8250. So we may have a little bit of a bounce before we get an additional sell-off. But it does look like we will possibly get more of a sell-off. Momentum's starting to turn a little bit on longer time frames. It's like the weak attempt at recovering shit today. It looks like they are not getting the momentum they need on the upside move. And we have a double gap. We have a double gap underneath us on SPX. This gap, much like this gap. Doing the island thing. Also, I dreamed down my first 10 bagger on a spy put premonition. Maybe. Have you been watching KSS at all? It looks super cheap with a nice dividend yield. Trading below book value too. Bad play going to a recession, but if it got cheap enough, it might be worth adding. Maybe if they cut their dividend, which they should have done a while ago. I don't think any retailer is really in a position to be paying out a dividend right now. I plan to ditch my call hedge at a break of 50. Is that waiting too long, in your opinion? No. 50's probably the price at which we're most likely to bounce. China's report. There was no China report today. Or last night. I don't think. Nothing important, at least. The day before, we had the GDP and stuff. So let's see. Initial jobless claims fell off super hard. Philly Fed manufacturing index is about 50% worse than expected. Continuing jobless claims dropped. So labor strong. Industry failing. We have a 10-year tips auction at 1 o'clock, so be aware of that. Are you still DCing into SSSS? Thoughts on it dropping more, or is this a good entry? So SSSS is a it's kind of a hedge against the Fed actually cutting rates. If the Fed cuts rates, they'll outperform, and their bonds will go up. Uh, well, I think a lot of their holdings would see substantial improvement on a rate cut. So as rates are priced out, I would expect their share price to fall. So we're seeing the potential for the March cuts drop. I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing their price drop. But yeah, I still like it. I still want to pick up a little bit more of it. So cheaper, better. I want to get a ton of exposure to it, but I want some. I don't really want to pick up top exposure with top above $2. If top were to perchance go below $2, that might be enticing. But yeah, above $2, I'm not a big fan. That's interesting. IWM red on the day just now. Dow's not really keeping up with this pump. Neither is that. Neither are small caps. So it's largely tech driven, which is kind of, I guess, what we expected. Those BTU CSPs I sold yesterday worked out all right. Yeah, I saw BTU rocket this morning. That was pretty awesome. How significant is the double gap in terms of market makers wanting it filled? Not any more significant. It's just funny. When you say selling duration, when does duration start? 2 years, 10 years, 7 and above? 5 a little bit, but 7 and above for the most part. Gamma neutral on crowd. GN on CrowdStrike is at. Ooh, I don't have that there. Hold on, I have to look it up somewhere else. Boop. Uh, 190. What about KSS bond maturing 6/1/29, currently yielding 11%? I mean, probably not bad unless you expect them to go out of business. How's the bounce looking? It's not picking up too much steam, but it'll probably test 60. I'm thinking lower, ideally a lower high here, and then move back down. We have a Fed speaker in about 30 minutes, right? Or 13 minutes. Bostic speaking. Twenty-year horizon as a long-term investor would be more bullish on QQQ versus S&P 500. Yesterday you said S&P 500. On a 20-year horizon, would you be more bullish on QQQ versus S&P? I want to seek to understand why. I feel like I explained it really well. I feel like QQQ is wildly overvalued in a smaller concentration. S&P is more defensive, and much of the S&P is not currently overvalued. So you're kind of buying like QQQ at the very tippy top. I don't think there's a lot more value anywhere for QQQ. And the energy exposure, industrials and materials exposure, and utilities exposure found in the S&P probably will make it a lot more defensive than something like QQQ, which could lose a significant amount of its valuation over the next 20 years. Buying at the top of a bubble is usually a really bad idea anyway. No problem, man. Bulls full throttling into calls to attempt to get this back up. I wouldn't say they're full throttling into calls, but they're buying some calls. There was definitely like a little peak there where they tried to push a little harder, but still seeing more and more calls sold above 65. I still think a test of 65 shouldn't be impossible, but there is a put wall there, so maybe that's kind of preventing a further breakout. Yeah, and now we're getting a lot of call sellers again. So all of these highs are really running into a lot of call sellers, which might be bullish later in the day, if we don't fail, GN again. But At this point in the day, I don't think that's a great sign. Excited for TUP tomorrow? Not really, because there's no like official confirmation on if they're announcing anything tomorrow. I know they delayed their financials, but I don't know what that like. They didn't mention what that means for their turnaround plan that was supposed to be released tomorrow. I don't know if it's still coming out or if it's not coming out. They didn't say shit about it. But the fact that they pushed out their financial statement makes me think that they've probably pushed out both. Hmm. Apple gonna carry us to 47.75. Hmm. It's up quite a bit today. Maybe. I mean, tech's trying, but it's not going to get very far if no breath comes in. I think Dow's still red on the day. Russell just turned red on the day. Dixie's back over 103.50, which is not bullish. We're seeing the 20, 30, and 10 start to climb up. That's going to increase demand on volatility, right? So they're trying to get correlation like back under control, and but I don't think it's working that well, frankly. What did I want to do here? Wanted vertical, not tomorrow, but maybe for Friday. $65.70, 60.65. I wanted to add another. Put here. Hmm. Let's see if ES fails this test again. Isn't Bostic the antithesis of hawkishness? No. What if Tup hires Matt Furlong as CEO? Full port. Do they have a new date for the Tup financials? Ideally before they get delisted. I don't make drip coffee. Although a lot of people like pour overs. I read your post on Reddit about banks. Why are banks refusing to hedge large parts of their ports? It's expensive. That's it. It's more expensive than it's worth to them. Supposing Bostic is hawkish in tone, and Tips has a decent tail, how much downside range would you expect for end of day? Maybe your orange plot in the worst case from here. Worst case from here would probably be like 47.25, and that would require the failure of multiple levels of support. But I mean, yeah, we'd be looking towards, you know, GN and then 47.50, then GN on the monthly, then 47.40, and then if we fall below 40, that kind of opens up that 25 range. But that would be, you know, worst case scenario. Hawkish Fed speaker, uh, lots of demand on the tips auction. Tub feeling a little bit like RevRQ. Not really the same, but similarities. You can't just say every stock that's going out of business is RevRQ. RevRQ is already Rev was already filing bankruptcy. Tup hasn't. Tup hasn't filed bankruptcy at all. They just refinanced a lot of their debt, actually. What's the significance of BTU news? I don't know what the news was. It's joining the S&P 600, is that, or the 400? Something like that. 600? It's like pretty good for them, right? A lot of mutual funds and pensions and shit will buy it. You seem pretty confident in 47.50 going in the money. I mean, I'd be okay with at the money too. Do you have any calls here? No, but I wanted to sell some. even getting the 65 in the money doesn't really guarantee anything. Oh. Alright, so that should be a slightly higher high. Alright. I'm still selling 65s. Not so much the 65. The call sellers are a little more afraid on this push up. What makes a mutual fund different from an ETF? They both sound like scams to me. I mean, yeah, they are. Hmm. Like, can I get rejected, or are we gonna start squeezing sold calls? Hmm. Okay, so we're seeing the 75 get sold now. A bit more call buying. Breaking the 65 level. Bulls are really going for it. Trying. When ES drop this, we might be getting close to something. ES still hasn't double topped here. A little higher test at 47.9750 from earlier today in the pre-market. I fucking hate bulls. They are persistent. Cut 1 DT 47.50 puts up above 47 475. I'd probably cut them if we broke out of the trend here. I'm a little hesitant to take the loss because I don't see the bulls getting a lot of traction in this range. And on the longer time frames, there's very little liquidity up here, which isn't showing up. So there's still like further dated on the chain. There's still quite a lot of puts at 47.60, 55. More, I think more so than calls. At least at 55. So getting pulled back to 55, and then 50 where that call wall is not unlikely on a failure. Shooting for the gap at 47.66 from Tuesday. Maybe. Like that would fill in the top side of the gap. We're pretty close to it, aren't we? We're only like 40 cents off. But the downside of the gap's open both days. None of that's filled in. So from like 48 to 44. Double gap. The meatball can pop out of the sauce. This is the kind of analysis I can understand. You're welcome. What signals de-risking? Big volumetric moves down and spikes in VIX. Usually we see a shift in dealer delta when that happens. Can you take a look at POL stock? IPO'd at 445 in 2020, traded at $1.13 December 14th, and peaked at about $10 last week. That sounds pretty volatile. A bunch of people have talked about this. I don't know. It looks like it squeezed off some shorts. I don't think the business is doing any better. They had negative $3 of EPS last quarter after they reverse split. So it might just be like some short covering post split, and then shorts will probably just get back in at this price. That doesn't look good. Failed to fill the gap. That's interesting. There's a little spike in VIX. Not much of one. I wouldn't say that that's de-risking, but maybe starting to see a breakdown in the call push here. Bull's kind of losing some ground again. Should I short it? Why? There's so many better things to play without playing volatile fucking meme stocks. Can you explain or tell me where to look to interpret the meatball chart? Think of it this way. The meatball when it's dry and above the sauce um takes less energy to move. And if the meatball falls into the sauce and becomes covered in viscous liquid, it's harder to slide up the hill because it's slippery. Also, the hill is steep. It is. It's a steep hill. It's hard to push a wet meatball up a steep hill. Have you taken a look at love? No. It's I mean, it kind of looks like it's just trading at a fairly average price with fairly average earnings. Maybe there's a little accumulation on it. Wouldn't a car on a snowy hill be a better analogy? How about you go fuck yourself, Sahib? All right. What kind of market action would give us plebs that don't own SRF a nice entry? A crash? No. I might just be Canadian. You definitely are. Most of the world doesn't have snowy hills. Everybody has meatballs. The rolling of meat into a ball is it's a pretty common thread across all cultures. Saucing that ball also pretty common. Most people don't like dry meatballs. How many sentences have you said and thought, how did my life turn into wet meatball pushing? If I was teaching a room full of individuals to pass the Series 7, I would still use the wet meatball analogy. Not that they mentioned gamma anywhere in that test, but still. Just so they would know more. Did you have a good night? Sure. It looks like a nice spot to get back into puts. What's been happening? Well, bulls are trying to push above 65, and they keep fucking it up. Bears aren't doing anything. I guess they're selling calls, but yeah, that's about it. We could fall more here. Yes. The Swedes like brown sauce over their meatballs. Okay. I mean, as long as there's sauce on the ball, all right? I don't care which meatball you use. Um, just as long as there's some sort of sauce to accompany it. They also like to put jam on their meatballs. The stream card scared me. I know that's Swedish. I'm not gonna culturally appropriate other people's meatballs. Okay, I'm just gonna use the Italian one because I can. This is a fake meatball, whatever. Lingonberry, yuck. Hey, that shit's delicious. You're wrong. How about a Beyond Meatball? Ugh. I'm getting hungry. Come on, breakthrough GN. You can do it. Everyone knows the Italians and the Chinese have the best meatballs. I've had Chinese meatballs. I'm not Persian. The Persians have meatballs too. Persia never invaded the Italian peninsula. There was a lot of Moors and Spanish and so there was Middle Eastern influence through Sicily historically. And lots of intermingling through Constantinople. Every culture has meatballs and some form of dumpling. Exactly. Rolled meat wrapped in bread. Do you mind sharing your thoughts on USD versus the euro over the next 3 months? I think the dollar will climb up again. I mean, it already is, but I think it'll keep going up. You think they stopped for meatballs after they got their butts kicked in Thermopylae? The Greeks? I don't know. CIX? No, I haven't. I gotta take a look at it. Jesus. Oh, you know what? I vaguely remember this from back when I was doing like research on BTU. The dividend's okay. It's really not that great. And I think BTU is way more undervalued. Any changes in OI happening here? I mean, the 65 and 70 strikes are a little more heavily sold than they were. That's about it. The bullish momentum is kind of reversing a little bit. We're not seeing more puts coming in, but we are seeing a little bit more call selling. We dropped off, let's see, we lost about 1.5 million delta over the last 10 minutes or so. We're at support right now. We can keep dropping. We need a little bit more momentum though. Maybe we'll start to get it. I think a rejection here again at 60 is probably pretty bearish. Obviously falling below GN is important. And then GN here as well. This is SPXW. But I would say that test at GN is probably the most important thing to look for right now. Or at least a weaker bounce. As bulls try to stabilize a bit more here. Take a look at what Bostic had to say. Bank of America's CEO, Brian Moynihan, former and current lizard person, said the Fed will have to cut rates absent a drag. And Bank of America sees 4 interest rate cuts between 2024 and 2025. The US sold $85 billion worth of the 4-week bill at a high rate of 4.285 and a bid to cover ratio of 2.81. And I don't see any comments from fucking Bostic at all. Although he has 2 speech times scheduled. He had like 11 and 12:05, so it may be like the same event, and he's not actually speaking till 12:05. Harker earlier today said anecdotal data is a key guide for policymakers. He doesn't comment on the outlook of interest rates in his essay. Did you see Charmadillo coming down? There's not that much charm right now. There's just not a lot of it. Which is really weird going into the AM expiry tomorrow. There's very, very little charm anywhere. I would say the majority of it's for like Friday on the like the PM expiry, like the SPXW expiry. The puts are full bear. Selling calls is mini bear. Yeah. Selling calls is something bulls do. Don't say anything bad about Canada. Our houses are way more expensive than yours, and our CPI is hotter than yours. Imagine paying more to live in Canada. Biden talking on Iran. Oh, that's bound to be bullish. Oh yeah, Biden's speaking on the economy today at like 2:15. Ooh, we could watch it. I know how much everyone in here loves watching Biden. Knowing my luck, this will be one of those days where we break up and out of an ascending wedge. It could be. Not gonna lie. What is SPXW? I've never heard of it, nor can I find it. Wait, are you serious? SPX has 2 options chains. You have SPX, which is the AM expiry. You have SPXW, which is literally everything else. You really want to lose some viewers? I mean, yeah, if people can't sit through a presidential speech on the economy, then they probably don't belong here. When Rich from put 1 second after market close, ooh, maybe. When is a good time to sell CCs on GME this week? Tomorrow? I'd be targeting like only a week out. You want to sell covered calls on GME into the OPEC settlement period? Ah, I don't I don't know if that's a great idea. Hmm. I don't expect GME to like run a lot or anything, but it could stay pretty steady or maybe bounce a little from where it is, like retest delta neutral. Kind of risky. And then selling calls out above delta neutral is just shitty. Most of my GME calls that I have out right now expire tomorrow. All right, the 50th dip buy of the day is finally starting to fail. Was this the fail you're looking for? I mean, as long as we don't fill the upside gap here, I think that's a pretty good look. So yeah, a retest on the low might see a breakdown. Might not, but it might. It's not really a bull flag. There's no volume. Bull flags are sharp volumetric moves up, followed by a period of downward consolidation. $1.50 on no volume is definitely not a flag, you know? This is more like stop loss hunting than anything else. No. Tips on a tail or like a fat tail on tips would be bullish, right? It would show reduced inflation expectation. We actually like the bears would want to see high demand on the tips auction. A lot of people looking to hedge off inflation. Do you have GN for Upstart? Oh, it's like way the fuck out of the money still. Yeah, because the tips is the inflation protected like security, right? So it's not like a regular bond. Hold on, I'm trying to get Upstart to pull up here. All right. So Upstart gamma neutral is at 38.90. The nearer point of contention is delta neutral, which is at 32.93. Oh hey, I made money. Ballin'. What? Huh. This is I'm not gonna lie, this is a bigger move than I expected. What did that fill at? Nice. Huh. Tweets about strikes in Yemen. Oh, okay. I love how that always lines up. Or maybe it's just an excuse. Chicken or the egg? This is not a good range to bounce from. How do I aggressively average down my shitty Netflix put that's still $10 out of the money? Or do I just finally give up? Tough choice. We haven't hit 50 yet, but we could. We did lose delta neutral. This can keep dropping. Make no mistake. DCA, I'll help. Thank you so much, Adopted by the Dans. I appreciate your confidence. I'm definitely not buying more of that contract. I might pick up the debit spread now though. If we lose GN again on the monthly, I didn't realize I was trading the AM contract. I made extraordinary returns today. I've got a runner left and no settled cash. Well done, man. See, I was right. The Bulls didn't have the juice. Some of you didn't believe me. Maybe Netflix could just dump $10 right now. That would actually be perfect. Okay, so we lost another two billion in Delta. So that's nice. Definitely a little bit into Baratory here. 50 is a support, so keep that in mind. We could find support here, especially into the data. The data in the later part of today. Maybe they'll try to turn it around. I wonder if I should buy a call here. I never aggressively buy the dip. I'm always sad about it. Oh, okay. I was gonna say $11 for that? Fuck off. That period of time is not generally very bullish. I'll wait. I'll wait to buy the dip. Yes, I'm gonna wait. Don't think we're done here yet. Thanks for all your info on BTU. I bought on the trend yesterday, only 100 shares, but hey, I made a bit of money this AM, 10%. That's that's better than a bit. Bostic repeats he projects first rate cut in third quarter 2024. That's not what bulls want to hear. The 10-year could definitely hit 5 or 6% before then. Yeah, that's why I cut my 4750s so early, because they had already been deeply underwater and they were very far out of the money when the drop started. So I'm more than happy picking up like the 40% on them and not risking the bounce. Fuck what bulls want to hear. But fair enough. How about our banking system? Which means 28 bank failures. I see someone read the DD. Gherkin, remember when long duration was naturally tightening markets? I remember. You mean like right now? Also, fuck our banking system. Okay, listen, Lawrence, not all of us jet set around Europe with our bag of gold like a fucking leprechaun, okay? Some of us actually like to use our banks. I'm just moving to Italy. They grow gold. Are you talking about Parmigiano Reggiano? IBKR is my bank. Not a huge deal if you don't, but would you consider putting on some kind of clock overlay while you stream? It would be helpful to see end of day is on your VODs when I can't watch live. That's literally what that is. Right there in the corner. Who do you think is the richest person in here? I'm not, and that surprises me. And we already know that Bithead owns at least half of Western Australia. Freg is the richest of all of us because he sold the top of the March 2022 run and never came back. I don't know what Boof's net worth is. I'd imagine it's pretty good. He's got some nice cars. I have more credit card debt than the pickle jar combined. Atomic is basically a majority shareholder in Fubo, so he will be the richest someday. Last I checked, me and him were kind of neck and neck. I don't know where it's at now. I've sold off a lot of my like Fubo synthetic longs since me and him last talked, so Just double your straddle port. It'll take like a year. My straddle port was up 247% last year. Straddles were the way. And I fucked up more of them than I can count. Double the allocation? I raised the allocation this year by 50%. The secret stock got murdered. Can we talk about it, meow? I don't know what you mean. What secret stock? Shimp is the secret stock? No, it's not. That's a lie. Tesla on its way. Are you adding? 209. How many do I have? Not on here, I'm not. I think I got enough leverage on Tesla. I have like 27 debit spreads. Oh, there's the test of the monthly GN. Man, that broke down a lot faster than I thought it would have. Straddles saved my ass last year for my terrible decisions like shorting the fuck out of Nvidia. Mostly just shorting the fuck out of Nvidia, but it was definitely nice to have those call side straddles when the market decided to run fucking, 15% in a clip. The gap isn't actually filled yet. Although we may not fill it yet. I can see this like bouncing and recovering a bit before the tips auction. It's just that momentum's not really favoring that bounce yet. There's kind of a part of me that just wants to pick up the... Wait, did I already buy one? No, I didn't. I kind of want to buy the 55 call. Maybe I just buy the 50 call. That seems like the smart move. Today's drop brought to you by Lockheed Martin. I think we start to find a little support here, and then maybe I'll pick up 55 or 60. Maybe I'll pick up the 60. Ooh, that's pricing up really quickly. I want it for 350 though. Nope, not gonna get it. So I overpay for it instead. Still recovering from shorting Nvidia. You should have hedged the earnings. That's how I recovered. Is 4750 straddle dumb here? Yes. Just in the sense that, like, I don't see a reason to buy the put right now. Richie Zillions, thank you so much. Yippee Skippy, welcome to Cornishon. Give Richie a shout out for hooking you up. Speaking of shorting Nvidia, is it almost time? I'm getting ready to probably short it again, yeah. I still have short positions on it, but they're all just like way out of the money and I keep rolling them. Shorted at 65 and made that good green. Nice. Managed to scalp a 47.50 put for $100 profit. This makes 3 profitable days in a row now. Well done. A little flighty, but I'm glad you made some money on it. I'm gonna eat more cayenne pepper. It helps with your sinuses. I eat lots of spicy peppers. Specifically cayenne? I'm disappointed that nobody's gifted Pontiff yet, right? You're a glutton for punishment by the long arm of the Jensens, aren't you? I mean, most of my Nvidia positions pretty break even or positive at this point, so I'm not like underwater on it, and I don't want to give up being short ever, because I'm convinced the company is actually worthless. And when the rest of the market realizes that, it's going to be a fucking bloodbath, and I want to be there for it. You should make a paste out of cornstarch, water, and boot jolokia peppers. Let it dry into a powder and then freebase it. That'll fix you right up. Nice. Done bouncing? Somehow, I don't think so. Yeah, I would agree that they have more value than Ford or Tesla. But I don't think Nvidia should be trading over $200. Are Nvidia AI chips same like 16th century Dutch tulips? What caused the drop, Pickle Man? I mean, I think positioning, mostly. There was some news around the time, too, which may have pushed it a little further. Wooden downs. If we get another push to the downside, I think it'll probably be off of the back of the tips auction. I think bulls are gonna try to push back here and get us the fuck away from GN. Like I expect them to push back to like at least the gap up there, 47.57, like just above GN on the monthly. Try to stabilize prices into the tips auction. That way they don't get fucked in case it's bad, right? The market maker can pad a little bit of the downside. The heart of your bet against Nvidia is that you don't believe generative AI will be applied in a highly profitable way by anyone, right? No, that's not it at all. I don't think that they can meet the falsified demand that they've created for the chips that they produce. I think they haven't actually sold anyone anything. And I think they've set up a network of semi-fraudulent purchases that they've leaned all of their last four earnings reports on. And I think that's going to crumble because I don't think any of those companies are going to make money to pay them. Also, I think the U.S. Department of Commerce is going to block their sales of chips to China. And if they continue to fight back against the government, they're going to get bit. Didn't Ultimate Insider Trader Pelosi buy lots of Nvidia options? Yeah, but that was like right before the announcement that they had a new chip to sell to China. I'm sure she's working closely with Jensen to ensure that they can, subvert the intentions of the U.S. government. But that's not something I'd want to be a bull on, right? Like I don't want to be bullish on a company that's actively trying to commit treason. I feel like that doesn't end well, right? How far do you think TLT can drop over a couple of weeks? It's already dropped quicker than I expected. It depends on how tight financial conditions get. We could see yields rocket again. I mean, we're already seeing banks leaning back into the carry trade as more and more data comes in and fewer rate cuts are priced in for this year. Banks are going to become more and more confident leaning back into the carry trade, especially with Japan's hints that they're not going to raise rates um, meaningfully until April because of the recent earthquake. Um, that gives them a pretty broad window, like 3 months, of being able to tighten financial conditions and really lean into that carry trade and try to lend as much as feasibly possible, right? What are you talking about? Committing treason gets you a second chance at President of the United States. Fair. I can't argue that. We don't want to see a tail on tips. Tail on tips would be bullish. Tips are like a inflation protected security. The principles on them increase with inflation. So, if there's a tail on the tips auction, it implies that the market thinks inflation is going to go down in the future. Um, if there's high demand, the market thinks inflation might go up, or at least wants to hedge the possibility that inflation goes up. So it's kind of telling on what like bond market participants consider the current state of inflation to be. Why did you force me to buy all these zero DTE calls? I didn't. Ah. Can you explain inflation results for tonight for Japan and what you expect? I expect Japan's inflation to be up. Uh, that'll obviously have some dynamic effect on the yen. I don't know how much of an effect. Inflation was higher on the last CPI print out of Japan. Obviously that led to us seeing the yen drop. Probably probably more of the same until inflation gets back above like 3%. I don't think it's going to come in that high. I think that would be kind of ridiculous. I know the expectation is for it to come down. I think it'll come in a little bit above. But if it's continuing up, that kind of pressures Japan to increase rates. But they've already said they're not going to, so, or at least not for a couple months. So I'm not really sure how big of an immediate impact it'll have. It's important. But I don't see it breaking their timeline. I don't see it being bad enough to break their timeline. I haven't really thought about that a lot yet. Any idea why AMD shot up 4% in the AM just to retrace the entire move? Could have been exercises of in the money calls getting bought up in the pre-market. Does it mean the Ministry of Finance is buying to make everything seem okay? Possibly. They do conduct open market action, but I think the yen isn't down enough yet for them to do that, so probably not. Where have all the cup and handles gone? What if this fails to push above the monthly GN? That'd be kind of bearish, I suppose. I don't think it's gonna fail. I mean, they've definitely found a floor here. I expect them to try for the higher range. You know, if it rejects off the monthly GN, that's really bearish. We already got kind of one rejection, but we do have a higher high off the double bottom, right? So I think this could extend out for a bit. Obviously, the tips auction could have a big impact. And that's the reason I think they pump from here, is because if they can get it above GN, this is the weekly GN, but if they can get it above the weekly GN before the tips auction, and there is a lot of demand on the bill, then the market maker could absorb some of the drop. Is dilution a possible reason we're seeing such a strong sell-off on Fubo? It doesn't look like it. Fubo's dropping in price, but becoming more illiquid, which is not dilution, generally speaking. I would be able to over this amount of time, I would be able to tell the difference between the two. There may be some dilution mixed into it, but it's definitely being shorted. More so the underlying than the ETFs. But, you know, they hadn't really shorted the underlying very much when it was trading up at, you know, $3. The auction's at 1 o'clock. Was BOJ or Ministry going to defend 150? No. They said that before. They're not defending 150 or even 155. I think 153 is a fair price for Nvidia. Okay. Yeah, I can agree. I would say a little higher. It's going to trade at multiples, right? But maybe like 2 or 250. 575 is just fucking ridiculous. I found some Fubo 2025 CC in my port up 50%. Nice. Well done. I think there's a chance that they try to pump it back above GN from here. I mean, they are trying. They're not very successful yet, but they are trying very hard. No. If we fell lower under GN, how much space is under there to fall? Ooh. Well, there's resistance at 40, and then below 40, not much. Below 40, we could fall all the way to 47.25. Um, believe it or not, bulls are still trying to turn this around and regain the 60. I think there's a big fat put wall at 55, which is a bit of a problem for them now that they've fallen below it again. This may not work out positively for the bulls, but that's one of the reasons I got that in the money and the out of the money call was a little less risk than just buying out the money. They really do need to buy a lot here though to reverse this. Delta slipping again. Alright, maybe I should start to set some stops. So let's get a stop here at 55. That's fine. And then this one. I could double down on it. Nope. Bulls are losing their footholds. VIX still climbing. Ooh, that would be very... Yep. Futures failed the retest at 47.80. If it loses 47.75, we're looking at a test of 47.65. Oh shit. Okay. See if this bounces a little. I'm gonna get my 75 bucks back here while it's still worth something. Well, the Bulls reversal failed. Um, so that's kind of bad. Not that they're not going to try again. You can currently get paid 2 cents for a 316 Fubo 250 synthetic line. Well, now that I've said it, it's gone. um, but that's not too bad. I'd probably wait till it drops more. Feud seem to be more impacted recently. Yeah, because the MM's more actively involved as we bounce around between different gamma neutral levels, right? Dare you to say the chainsaw is new for Manscaped? Just came back from a Teams meeting. What's up, man? Um, okay. I bought back a little bit of the delta, but not a lot. So there's a big fat put wall at 55, and it's kind of growing. That's where we rejected off before. It's not for today. It's not a 0 GT. I think it might be for tomorrow. If I can reject it off of 50. This isn't looking great for them, right? No one coming in to buy the dip, buddy. A little bit of put interest picking up. They're buying the 50 call really heavily. They're not selling a lot of puts yet. They need to sell more puts, I think. They're really trying to V it. They've already failed twice though. The put wall at 55 it's a big put wall. It's not a joke. And it's also growing, so AMD puts at 0.2 this AM or 166 now. I mean, it's still above Gamma Max, so you know, shorting big breakouts on it's probably not the worst thing you could do. It's just you want a little bit of theta because it can take more than the intraday. You also have to account for the rise in Gamma Max day to day as options interest pushes it higher. They selling 55s in the money though, or can you tell that the put wall is all long puts at 55? It's mostly long puts. I don't see a lot of put selling at all. If they're selling something, it's not near the money. These are like short dated. These aren't like VIX shorts, right? These are short dated long puts. You think institutions will be interested in DVN at these levels? If nat gas and oil go up, yes. Oil's up a bit today. We're almost back to 74 on light crude futures. Up almost 200 BPS. Top end of the yield curve is really starting to move. We got the 10-year at 4.15, the 20 at 4.5, and the 30 at 4.37. So we're continuing to see yields rise. And they're definitely starting on like a new bullish trend, right? We're getting like all of, so even though I expected a bounce this morning, right? The broader conditions here are still really bearish. You know, at first we were kind of seeing like some subtle hints that, you know, that bond, like that bond volatility dollar, you know, trinity was starting to gear back up again, and now we're really starting to see the effect, right? We're really starting to see financial conditions meaningfully tighten. And this has been, you know, this has just been over the course of a few days. This is like Friday the 12th. So like last Friday. Since then, you know, we've seen bonds move up almost as much as they have since December, you know, 28th. And I expect them to go up more and more as fewer and fewer rate cuts are priced into the near term. Look at the carry trade. Oof, spicy. They'll do everything in their power to keep forward returns on volatility from exceeding 0%. But I don't think it's something they can ever stop from happening completely. You know, if DVN dropped to 36, I'd probably buy more of it. I have a bunch of, I haven't had it on drip, so I have a bunch of dividends from like the last year just sitting there on it. I'd probably throw that in, maybe a little extra. What would it take for you to start entering long puts on SPX QQQ? I already have those. I mean, they're mostly very far out of the money, but they have a lot of theta. How the world did the markets price in 6 to 7 rate cuts when the Fed said 3? I mean, technically the bulls took like a big gamble that inflation would trim down really, really quickly. Um, I mean, the situation in the Red Sea alone is enough to upset that whole apple cart. What will it cost them? Everything? I hope so. Yeah, that's 47.59 in the next 10 minutes. I mean, yeah, if they're gonna get like a meaningful pump here, they need to get it in before the auction, right? I don't know if it breaks 55. They're definitely fucking trying. They started shorting puts again a little bit. They're just not. I mean, I'll probably sell this on a test of 55, honestly. Unless it substantially breaks out. When bull put ladder on Nvidia and AMD. Hmm. Guess you could. Why? Well, here, answer me this. Why a bull put ladder over like a back spread? Like, if you expect them to fall, you'd probably expect them to fall pretty hard, right? Like, I get that your break even on the bull put ladder is a little better, but like they're only gonna do one of two things, right? They're gonna keep going up, or they're gonna drop like a rock. And if they're gonna drop like a rock, I think the back spread's more profitable. I'd have to plug them in and look, but have people in here been making jokes about their ports being in the Red Sea? Really good comedic opportunities. Never let a crisis go to waste. Nope, they fucking failed at 52. Yeah, alright, well, at least I got a little bit of money back. Those are still looking pretty good. Should open up any, like, 50. So, like, next Wednesday. Vertical. Mm. While still turning up. How's QQQ looking? Maybe that's the bet I should be making. TQQQ. I wonder what gets hit harder here. Fucking QQQ is so resilient. I hate shorting it. Oh, Jesus Christ. We've got crypto bots back in here. Possibility inverse head and shoulders. Doesn't look good. Conflicts around the world could again complicate supply chains. Risk that U.S. budget fights and elections could affect the economy, financial markets. Yeah, no shit. I'm glad he came out and stated the obvious. I mean, that's better than just lying, I suppose. Leave it to Wall Street Journal for quality journalism. Save is down 72% in the past 12 months. Hey, Wall Street Journal, try the past 12 trading hours. If this fails to break to the upside, and we lose GN, there's still support at 40 at the bottom of the gap. Below 40, you're looking at 25, and then after 25, 4,700. 25 to 20, and then after that, 4,700. Because we have like DN down there. But under DN, 4,700. The monthly DN. How do you feel about crowd right now? Oh, that's what I wanted to pick up a position on in this account. It's not a great entry opportunity, I must admit. I don't like this one as much. I liked it better the other day. It's gonna fail to retest the upside breakdown. I need to look at that. I still kind of like it. No, not a secret stock. It's a tough choice. I don't mind taking that risk in other accounts, but I'm not sure I want to take it in this one. I've already got a lot of short positioning. Oil's up, but the oil stocks minus oil tanker stocks are down. I know. Tips in two. You have a bull bear range for the results. Um, if if there's not a lot of demand for the tips auction, which I think there will be, um, then we could break up back above GN, like 47, 60, 65 again. However, we're so unbelievably close to losing gamma neutral here that even if it's slightly bullish, we may not. I don't know. I don't know if a slightly, like a small tail on tips is enough to reverse this. Anything interesting happened last night in Chinese markets? No, not really. Neo's still dying. I know. It's gonna keep doing that. I haven't been able to tune in much over the last 2 weeks. I'm trying to catch up. Seems like you might be thinking we're right on the verge of a large market downturn. We may be, yeah. I'm gonna take it that the tips auction wasn't all that great, given that we just immediately broke through GN to the downside. Oh, you know what I could do in this account is I could do a debit spread on crowd. I could do like 280, 250, 71 break even for Feb 16. It's kind of pricey though. $280, $250. Let's see. 280, 250, max profits 2,000. So its return on risk isn't that great though. I really want uncapped downside on that. I can't just buy a straight up put. That's too risky. Maybe I could sell the bear call. It's really hard to get crowd to fit into the risk parameters for this here. Jesus Christ, that's expensive. It's almost the same risk as the fucking ratio. Ooh, yeah, it's 2,000. All right, so 15, sell the 5 wide. 6 wide. 280, 70. Buy a 70. Ooh. It's a little lower debit. I like that. $1.81% on tips. Oh, sorry. Looking at like 50 things. So it came in flat. That's yeah, that means there's still decent demand for the it came in a little lower. Higher demand. Sorry. It was 0.825. 0.825 to 0.810. And then options buy. Single option. Nope. Single option. 280. Thinking a bounce off 4740. No. Okay. I think that's where I want everything to be here. No, we have pretty good momentum going into the test of 40. We can break this. All-time highs today? I don't think so. 565, 10 DTE put on Nvidia. Fucking playing with fire, right? At the money? Why go at the money if you're gonna go 10 days out? Bear signal test for ES. Yeah. A little above it still. But broke back into the downtrend. So we're testing the downtrend. A fail of 4770, 4765. That's really where you want to look for the bearish continuation. But this is, I mean, failing the downtrend's a pretty good signal. Looks like there's volume supporting the move down too, so. Because Nvidia's been so flat lately. I mean, it's not a very big, it's not a very big percentage move to buy out of the money, right? And if you're right about direction, then you're probably going to know, like, immediately, you know? I almost feel like the out of the money offers better protection in the event of a reversal. I'm actually pretty sure it does. Because on the 65, you're only, what, 20 basis points out of the money? You know what I want to do on Nvidia, which is wildly stupid, is I want to sell in the money. I want to sell in the money calls. $75, $65s, 50% return on risk. Ooh, that's attractive. 65.60 is a little bit better than 50%. Last traded at 275. I'm just gonna get fucking assigned on those if I do. That's stupid. I'm not gonna do that. Is this profit taking? A little bit. We also tapped support at 47.40. There's a gap on the downside in the video. I didn't get more Oxy today. What are some of your longer dated SPX puts? Not your Vega plays, but like SLD capturing ones. I have a shitload of 47, 4600 debit spreads. I have some 4650 puts for Feb. I have a lot of sold like call positions. I have naked calls at 4800 and 4775. Both for end of Jan. I have 4800 debit spreads that expire, or credit spreads that 4800, 4825 or 4850 credit spreads that expire tomorrow. Yeah, lots of bearish positioning. I do have straight up puts. Like I have a decent amount of like just puts. Or you know, debit spreads, which are risk reduced puts, right? Like I bought the wrong contract on here. But I have a bunch of like Jan 31st, like 4600, 4700 spreads. I think counting these, I have 48 of them. With like an average cost basis around like 1150 probably. I don't want to do the math on it, but I think it's about 1150. I did it. I turned 100 into 2K in a week. Dilly time. Fucking A, Ben. Welcome aboard. Congratulations, dude. Well done.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added to the country club. They're trying to boost the downward momentum. There's just support at 40. I mean, I warned everyone about that, I think, before. But if we break through this, right? If we lose the 40 support, that opens up the broader range. How do I get in the country club? You become a zillionaire, and then you link your YouTube account to your Discord account, and it unlocks the private channels. So with data next week in general macro, what are you thinking for price by next week? Below 4,700? I think it's possible. Yeah. So I just took 10 DT Nvidia puts at the money to bring it down. Jesus Christ. Whatever. Could you explain debit spreads a bit? Yeah, you buy a put and then you sell another put. So it limits your returns, but it also insulates the position from theta and volatility decay. Crush. Well, it insulates you from vol crush and protects you from theta. A little bit. The position becomes so if the position's in the money, it becomes more profitable the more time that passes. It also gives you bill hoing leverage. It's the best. It's the best for very if you're a good analyst and you understand your ranges very well, you can make a lot of money and get a lot of leverage with debit spreads in a very specific range over a very specific period of time. It definitely is harder than just buying a put or a call. You need to understand that, the more theta you get, the more you limit your profitability. You need to understand your ranges really well. But if you do understand those things, you can make a lot of money with them. I like them. They're one of my favorite options positions. They take a good deal of consideration. They should not be entered willy-nilly. Lily. Any plans against shrinking club border? The border used to cover the hot tub, but for the last little bit, it seems to have skipped over the hot tub. What do you mean? How long have you been sitting on that one? Literally just made it up. Specific to vertical calendar spreads? Or, oh god, go away, AJ. The country club used to have members only stream. Man, the members only stream has been like open to the public, but only billionaires can comment since God, it's been so long. For like the last 2.5 years. I only did it the other way for like 3 weeks, and the problem with it was nobody could actually find the fucking stream when I make it completely private. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you get pickles picks, the poorest don't, right? Also, Long Johnson was the membership level for the country, like the members only stream. The video's dumping. Dwayne, welcome back to Zillionaire, you cheap son of a bitch. It's good to have you back. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you re-added. I might pick up a few Nvidia 400Ps for next week. Thoughts on March QQQ puts at 400? Are Vega plays a better return on capital? They can be safer to hold. But remember that volatility on QQQ is already higher than it is on SPX. So you're already paying a premium there. Have I fucked up by not buying puts on TQQQ? I still have time. Yep, I did it. I just want like a little bit of short degen exposure. Oh god, did I close that fucking Netflix put? Okay. What the fuck is KMI doing? Okay, that looks kind of shitty. Wow, I'm really glad I didn't get the fucking 2 DTE straddle on that piece of shit. Does momentum look like we'll break 40? It favors the bears. Bostic repeats baseline is for rate reduction starting in Q3 with care needed not to cut too soon and risk renewed demand and price pressures. I am open to starting rate cuts before July if there is convincing evidence that inflation is slowing faster than I anticipate. That's not a very bullish statement. All right, one sec. Still building up a little support here. Momentum might shift to the upside a little bit in this range, but we've got some defense at 45 and 55. As far as call interest goes, almost all of the out of the money call interest has fallen off. There's still 50 calls, but not much above 50 right now. Fuck your V. Harder to V in these ranges, right? Below monthly GN, it's a lot harder to V. What happens if I buy cold bars from Costco online with a firm and then don't pay a firm back? Your credit score will go down. How's the sub 40 push looking? We're getting a little bit of put interest at 35, 30, 25. Not a lot yet. And we're definitely in a range right here where we could get kind of hung up. Bulls are buying the 40 call, which isn't, a good look for them. That's mostly defensive. I would say things still look pretty bearish. But definitely a period where we could see some stagnation or a small bounce. Flat or, just slightly up. Like a test of 50 off this and then a failure would be pretty bearish. Staying below GN would be very bearish over the next hour. And bouncing back to 55 up here would be, I don't know, that could still get rejected. There's still a big put wall at 55. I would say as long as we stay under the monthly GN, we look pretty good. For like a downside continuation, but this is definitely going to stall out for a bit, right? Like bears were not prepped for the bigger move down, so resistance at 40 matters. Anybody whose time frame is shorter on a failure of 40, expect to be disappointed. Because it'll probably take a little while for enough positioning to build up to break down below that level. Volume for tomorrow sold below 4,700, probably, yeah. Unless it's just even if it's just coming in, it's probably sold. I just bought a coffee machine. What grinder are you using? I have a Chado. Or and I have a Mauser. Although the Mauser's old, I don't really use it anymore. Because AMD puts are 12x now. Do you have time to cover the play a little deeper? What's there to cover? You bought puts and the price is falling. I have sold calls on AMD. 160, 65 spreads. That's kind of cool. We're going to pick up some more UGI. If it keeps falling, I'm going to wait. I'm not like in a big rush. Probably target around $20. I sold some covered calls on it, which is okay. The yields aren't bad. Not a lot of expirations. You only get the monthly, but the volatility is like okay on the Feb. So something to think about. $47.60 close today? I don't think so. Probably a test of 47.80 on futures here, which should be about the 47.50 level, and then I could see that failing. There'll be resistance at 50 if nothing else. I don't think there's a lot of upside liquidity. I don't think the bullish momentum looks very good into the latter part of the day. Also, not a lot of puts went in the money on this move, right? So it's not like there's like a huge amount of upside from capitulation. There been any talk about TUP's future in the next coming days. I'm not sure if they delayed their if they've delayed their like restructuring statements alongside their financial statements being delayed, or if we're gonna get word on the restructuring tomorrow. But I haven't been able to find anything on it either. So I think they just were kind of vague. But I do know that they delayed their financial reporting. Top went below too. Ooh. Nice. Okay. Mm. See if I can buy it at like the 195 level. Maybe tomorrow. Ugh. I hope Tuck buys a gold mine. Why would they do that? I mean, Cat may drop into their dividend. You're saying 4740 unlikely again today when you said shorter time frame. It's not. It's not that it's unlikely today. It's just very unlikely over the next like hour or so. Everything needs to reposition after the drop. No, it didn't really drop on any news. I mean, there was like a Fed speaker and stuff, but mostly it was just positioning breaking down. I guess the last little bit on the tips auction, but I don't think Bostic really had a very big effect. And the data this morning wasn't that bad. I mean, Philly wasn't good, but and neither were jobless claims. But building permits were up a little bit, higher than expected too. And I think housing starts were looking a little bit better. Still declining, but not at the same rate. No more downs on S&P today. No more downs on S&P for like the next hour or so. I was very specific when we were just trading at the bottom before this bounced. I, I don't know how I could be more specific. If you have an idea, please tell me. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. If things are bearish, why has there been a rotation out of utilities lately? Aren't utilities defensive? They are, but they're also interest rate exposed. So if you think utilities or materials, well, if you think interest rates are going to stay higher for longer, you don't want to own utilities or materials. They both of those industries carry a lot of debt, debt which may need to be refinanced. And so an extended period of higher rates presents some risk. Greg, I just got blown up. How? How low could you see Fubo going as we get closer to earnings? The next downside resistance is 226. Why does everyone panic on every upside move? $2023 trauma. Well, you better hope the bounce fails then, Cobra. I mean, this range still favors the bears. There's resistance at 50. There's a put wall at 55. There's GN on the monthly at 57. All right, that's not fucking cooked at all. 1 second. Red candles, please. Not yet. Although maybe soon. I still think any rejection below monthly GM is bearish. I mean, start with publicly traded ones, probably. Right, Popcorn? Pro trader here that accidentally sold his calls at the bottom instead of puts. Ask me anything. Those TQQQ puts have negative 0.03 of theta. Oh, I know. Yeah. Need your expert opinion insight. I want to get a few SPX puts with theta. Is there a big difference between 131 and 22? There should be more OI on 131. And is 4700 versus 4725 better than the other? I mean, they're kind of equivalent. 4725 is going to be nearer the money, but you're going to be more delta sensitive. 4700 is going to have more, a little bit more theta decay because it's out of the money. And that's not SPX put with theta. That's just a short dated SPX put. So if you think you're buying end of the month contracts and that they have theta, they don't. What's being Twitter famous like? I mean, I got an offer to sell people a miniature chainsaw. I don't know if things could possibly be any better. How much theta is needed then for SPX? I mean, it depends what you're targeting. You're not going very far out of the money. How miniature? I think it's pretty tiny. That's the best professional offer I've ever heard of. I'd buy one. Why is NatGas the way that it is? Did you try to go long NatGas? I'm going to say this again because maybe I didn't say it loudly enough the first time. Don't fuck with the Widowmaker. It will destroy your port. You're not ready for me to start providing charts with no axis, labels, title, or legend. That really just sounds like all the charts I read every day. I didn't try it. I did the Widowmaker. Hurts, Gherk. Oh no, my $500. LOL. Listen, Poopy Pants, I know you live in the fucking Midwest. That's like 10 dinners at CC's Pizza, okay? Or whatever other fine Midwestern cuisine you eat regularly. How can anyone resist being the face of miniature chainsaws? You have self control, my man. You know, shockingly, it's not that hard. Ever run the gas station for an energy drink? Hold the market up for me while I'm gone, or don't. I'd like that too. Noted. How do you decide what color of shirt to wear in the morning? I put them all in my drawer after I fold them and do my laundry, and then I grab whatever one's on top. Bro, it's 50 full Costco pizzas. I could have fed my family for 2 months. It's a good thing they don't know that. Gross. You do your own laundry. I used to have a service, but they kept losing all my clothes. And then after a couple years, I tried to service again, and they lost all my clothes. So I'm a little traumatized. Does Grim 2 work in that service? He might. I hang all my shirts. I'm too lazy to fold them all. I used to do that, but I don't have enough room in the closets in this apartment. Because the market maker buys the upside moves when you're below gamma neutral, right? They buy the upside, they sell the downside. So if you can create a pretty consistent pump, the market maker is going to continue to buy throughout the extent of the pump. Okay, breaking GN is bullish. Although GN is probably higher now than it appears here. So price action below gamma neutral is always more volatile. And that's because the MM sells the downside, they buy the upside. Above GN, the MM buys the dip. So they're buying the downside, selling the upside. So there's actually more resistance to the upside above gamma neutral than there is below. Although it's a bit disappointing that the 50.55 put wall didn't defend the bounce, but we'll see how that goes. Still plenty of time left in the day. I think bulls are trying to get their 75 calls that they bought last week out from underwater. I'm not entirely sure they're going to be successful with that. They fucked it up yesterday, too. Well, that's because once you're on the other side of the put wall, it no longer is bearish. Any thoughts on the rest of the day after this push up? Upside momentum hasn't died off yet. Hasn't even started to yet. So we got to find a period of consolidation here. I've never bought a chip dip from Costco. Where would the like the day to end? Like under 55. Between 50 and 55, I would say. The doesn't care. They'll get their money either way. It's not true, Gaff. Because people are wildly irresponsible, given the amount of risk they carry. Proc? What the fuck is proc? Did you misspell pork? Sounds like something someone who shills overpriced mini chainsaws to an unsuspecting YouTube audience would say. I haven't made the video yet. Did you say prog? No. Although proc is my new favorite word for pork. We're already above GM. Well, at least as far as we know. So I just bought the Ultra Micro Sawmaster Deluxe, and I was trouble using their pipette to put 1 milliliter of gas into the tank. Can you make a tutorial video, please? It's battery powered. How's repositioning looking? Are we going to reject off 60, or are they going to push to 80? 55 still resistance. Out of the money call interest is lighter. So 60 is kind of the peak of the call interest here, then it falls off from 65 to 75. There's still a put wall at 65 also, but it's smaller. 65 is also a pretty big resistance on the longer dated side of things. Also, why did this thing cost $600? If it doesn't double as a mini Hitachi wand, I don't want it. Adult toys are the only thing that retain value in this economy. You know, I don't think it has a lot of vibration dampers, so do with that information what you will. I don't particularly like CCJ. If it moves the wrong way after you buy it, then wouldn't you rather have a tight stop? I mean, you have to have a loose enough stop that you're not going to get stopped out on volatility, but you still don't want to like extend your risk more. This fucking miso ramen is delicious. It comes with like real miso too. Like you get like a whole big fucking juicy pack of miso and you just squeeze it in there. It's called Snapdragon. I don't think anything really happened to decrease the chance of rate cuts. Maybe something on the news of the stopgap bill to avert the shutdown. It's secured enough votes to pass, but voting continues. Biden speaks now, I think. Yeah, he's speaking now.
Now we're building a new, higher bridge that boats can easily pass under. It will be wider and more accessible to more cars to travel across every single day, saving time and saving money. Folks, what we're doing here in North Carolina is just one piece of a much bigger story. To date, 40,000 infrastructure projects have been announced across this nation. Since I've been to office, we've created 14
Can anybody hear this
million
motherfucker?
new jobs. 440 new jobs. Nearly 800,000 manufacturing
Jesus,
jobs
he's gonna do that thing
nationwide.
where he fucking
Unemployment has
screams
been
at
below
everyone.
4% for the longest stretch in American history in the last 50 years. And here in North Carolina, Unemployment is even lower. It's 3.5%. And the stats coming out today show that seeking unemployment insurance has even gone down. Fewer people are needing help. That's lower than it was in every single month under the last president. Wages are up. Household wealth is up.
So is
Not
inflation.
only for middle-class Americans, for Latinos, for black Americans, for minorities. Costs are still too high, but inflation continues to fall, and mortgage rates are falling, and they're going to fall more. Last week we learned that America filed 16 million in America, 16 million new applications for businesses, for a new business since I became president. Folks, that's a record. Every single one of those new small businesses is an act of hope.
Market pumping
hope.
on Bidenomics?
It generates progress. People are beginning to have, and if you look at the consumer confidence, it's way up. 64%, I think it maybe 62%. Americans think their personal circumstance is good and it's getting better. Meanwhile, thanks to the Invest in America agenda, private companies have invested over $640 billion.
I love how he's so confident that rates are going to come down.
$640 billion in advanced manufacturing here in America. And by the way, you know, we invented that little computer chip which everything from your cell phone to your automobile needs. Guess what? We used to control it. We got down to the part we hardly manufactured any of it. And so what happened when things went bad, we didn't have access to all those computer chips that were being made in Asia and other parts of the world. So I got in the plane and went to South Korea. And I said, why don't you come invest in America? One thing led to another. Over $50 billion, people coming to America, investing and building these computer chip factories. And guess what? It's just getting started. But guess what? The fact is that these computer factories, they build what they call fabs. They're about as big as a football field, and they manufacture these chips. You don't need a college degree to work in it. You know what the average starting salary is? $116,000. $116,000. And look, put it all together. America has, this is a fact, the strongest growth rate of any and the lowest inflation rate of any major economy in the world. In the world.
You don't need a
There's lot more
college
work
degree to
do.
FAP.
There's no question our plan of investing in America and the American people is working. It's all part of my economic vision. Building an economy from the middle out, from the middle class out, and the bottom up.
Middle out.
That way the
guys.
poor have a shot, middle class does well, and wealthy still do well. Well, they got to start paying their taxes. You know, I'm serious. I don't mean paying 60%. I mean just paying the top rate of 38%. Look, folks, you know how many billionaires we have in America today?
Well, they won't open until the average salary of the middle class is
You know what their
200K.
tax rate, federal tax rate is? I should walk away.
Is that going to be from the dollar being worth
Federal tax rate
nothing?
is 8.5%. Raise your hand if you'd trade for your tax rate for 8.5%. I mean, serious. Think about this. There'd be $40 billion raised if they just paid 38%. If they even paid 25%. Folks, look, we all do well when the middle class does
Yeah, talk
well.
more about corporate
Everybody
taxes.
does well. You know, I'm so tired of trickle-down economics. I grew up in a family where not a lot trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. My dad was a hard-working guy. We weren't poor, but we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home with 4 kids and a grandpa. And, you know, we were fine. It was okay. But there wasn't anything left over. There was nothing left over. But now, a lot of middle-class folks are having enough leftovers. They can do things. Our approach is the fundamental break from trickle-down economics, supercharged by my predecessor. My predecessor, everything was trickled down, but not a lot trickled. And I'm serious. Which tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations, shipping goods overseas. How many people do you know in this state and other states? There was a factory in town that employed 300, 400 people. And all of a sudden you found that factory shipped overseas. Why was it shipped overseas? Cheaper
dude.
labor costs. So we were shipping factories overseas and importing the product they made here. Well, guess what? We're doing the opposite. We're making it here and shipping the product overseas. I'm serious. And also that trickle-down shrank public investment in education, infrastructure and education. It hollowed out communities, closing factories, leaving too many behind. And now, my predecessors like to say, America is a failing nation. In my face, bless me, Father, for his sin. I mean, come on. A failing nation. And by the way, did you hear he wants to see the stock market crash? Because he does not want it now. We're doing well. He acknowledging by that we're doing pretty damn well economically.
Wait, does Trump have puts?
He wants to see the stock market crash. You know why? He doesn't want to be the next Herbert Hoover. As I told him, he's already Hoover. He's the only president to be president for 4 years and lose jobs, not gain any jobs. Come on, man. You know, some of the things he said, well, I don't get started. But look, frankly, to put it very politely, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Meanwhile, the vast majority of
This
Republicans
is
in Congress
cringe.
voted
I
against
mean, it's pretty
infrastructure law.
equal.
We got enough to make it work of 30-some, but the vast majority
Everything in
voted against it.
politics is fucking cringy.
They all voted against all
Don't
the
act
other
like
bills.
your
I
side's
mean,
better than the other.
100%
They're both a
voted
fucking
against.
joke.
And guess what? Whether it's Marjorie Taylor Greene or whoever, they're now, when these new projects come, they're welcoming them to their state.
Watching Trump
They voted
waddle his
against it
fat
all.
ass up to a
So I told
podium is
them
a
I'll be for
fucking
the
joke,
groundbreaking.
too. Both of these
You know,
motherfuckers are older than
look,
Methuselah.
What was mentioned as well. Look what I fought my whole career. I've been around. I know I don't look it, but I've been
One's a
around for-
criminal, one's mentally absent.
But
I mean,
all
it's
kidding aside,
we're not winning
look,
as
you
a
know,
society,
I spent
okay?
The bulk of my career as a senator trying to bring down the cost of prescription drugs. If you have a prescription from your doc and you take it to a pharmacy here in North Carolina or Wilmington, Delaware, where I'm from, or wherever, guess what? I can take that same prescription from you and go to Toronto, Canada, London, England, Rome, in Italy, anywhere around the world. And it'll be somewhere between
Which one's mentally absent?
50%
Which one's the
less
criminal?
and
Take your
70%
pick.
less. How does that work? Why? Why isn't in America we're paying $400 a month for insulin if you have diabetes. And in other places they're paying $35. Well, guess what?
If
They're
Biden
paying
could just
$35
yell,
now, and it's going to go down even further. And by the way, at $35, they're making 350% gain. It costs $10 to make it, $12 to package it. So come on, man. It's about time we start to be a little fair to ordinary people. When it comes to voting against infrastructure law, it doesn't stop many of our Republicans calling up and saying, we need a project in my district. Now, what I haven't done is I haven't blocked projects in their districts because they're all Americans. The fact they have a senator or a congressman who doesn't know what they're doing doesn't mean they should be denied. But it's okay. It's okay because I promised to be a president for all Americans. And I mean that sincerely. It's not hyperbole. I promised to be a president for all Americans. Like I said before, I told them all I'll see them at the ground.
Yeah, we got pretty consistent call
Let
by
me
here.
close with this.
It's a test
You
of
can see
70.
shovels in the ground, cranes in the sky, and people hard at work in these projects. I hope you feel pride in America. Pride in America. Pride knowing we can get big things done when we work together. You're all the real heroes. It's not hyperbole. You're the real heroes in this story. American workers, the American people, neighbors and community leaders doing the work to bring our cities into the future. That's what America does.
Is this the pump to rescue
That's why I've
calls at
never
70?
been. I mean this.
Probably.
I've been saying this for a while, and the press has to cover me everywhere. I've been saying I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. I've been around for a while. I've never been more optimistic about America's prospects than I am in the last 3 years. I really mean it, because there's nothing. We have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And nothing is beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing. And I'll say one last thing. We're the only major company in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went in. And that's what we're doing again today because of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you very much. Let's go get them. Thank you. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. All right. Still in a little bit of zero DT interest to the upside. Peaks at 75. Resistance after that. So just a big block of call buying at 65, 70. I'll let you know if it slows down. It hasn't yet. There's still room up to 75 here. Can we please stop doing this all the time? No. I mean, I said that we were gonna bounce back here. I don't know what more you want me to tell you. I can't control the distance it bounces. I said if we broke GN to the upside, it was bullish. We did that, so you could have bought calls here too. Don't hold your puts through bottoms. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Are call buyers chanting USA over and over again while buying 47.75 Cs? Maybe. Did Americans actually vote for this guy? Well, you know, consider the alternative. I mean, I don't care who you are, but like his economic plans are beneficial for everybody in America who makes less than 500 grand a year. Even if it requires massive amounts of deficit spending, it does pull money into the lower classes, which is about 95% of you. So, you know, stop bitching about it. Exporting our manufacturing has been killing the country for the last 20 years. How so? Genuinely asking. I mean, he's crippling the second largest and most competitive economy in the world, and effectively. We've got multiple conflicts going. Those are always good. Wages are up for the first time since what, the 80s? And everyone else's inflation is worse than ours. True. Not China, but they're in a deflationary environment. I'm looking at the Philly area. Gross. Texas, because they have a Sikh community. I don't know. There should be plenty of jobs. I'm sure you could find somebody who's offering visas, work visas. I don't know what you do, but let's just stop this going over 75. Not much. call side capitulation, but that's what dropped us earlier, so. JPEL probably didn't need to print money. Yeah, well, you know, everyone bitches about the money getting printed, but most of it went to businesses. Right? Um, and then most of that got forgiven. Is this a rescue mission for the stranded 70Cs? It could be, yeah. You already asked that. I don't know. I don't know who offers work visas. I mean, look around. I wouldn't live in Philly because it's a shithole. Do traders generally lean more towards one political party? No, I think most traders hate them both. Anything that drives volatility in the markets is just an irritant, right? Traders tend to be pretty cynical. I think most people in finance tend to be pretty cynical. That's why all the biggest hedge fund managers donate to both campaigns. Because you don't care who wins as long as they're on your side. The market priced in 7 rate cuts with plus 20% upside in 3 months. And now, what do you mean 20%? The market hasn't priced in 20%. Oh, you're talking about the bounce from November? The market's a bit over enthusiastic on the rate cuts based on the incoming data. There's not a lot of liquidity up here is the biggest problem. So once the 0 DTEs fall off, there's just not a lot of supporting position in this range. And then, you know, we move up, gamma neutral is going to move up also, right? And then gamma neutral is going to remain close to spot. So any attempts to continue pumping without a sufficient pullback are going to lead to the same outcome. Philly has good trank. I don't know if that's why he wants to immigrate here, but okay. I mean, maybe. Parts of Philly look nice. Is it not just a few bad areas? I mean, it is, but the whole area is a shithole. It's fucking Philadelphia. It's not great. You can ask literally anyone who lives there. Does the MM still want to close 75.50? Actually, yeah. like 75.55. Yeah, that hasn't moved a lot with this move higher. Can confirm, one of the worst cities in America. No, buying 47.70p here be bad if you assume a call capitulation. No. Although I would say it may be a little too early still. We're starting to get a slight breakdown and a little bit of consolidation. That upside gap that we left earlier finally filled in. But the downside gap's also filled in. So I think we've got both covered there. Yeah. To be fair, you call a lot of places a dump. Yeah. That's because there's a lot of places that are dumps. Build yoga clubs and smoothie shops. Whatever your American dream is, man. Got it. I hope you're successful in Philadelphia, the economic epicenter of the Eastern Middle West. I hope you enjoy rebuilding your business every time the Eagles win a game. And someone flips a police car through the front of your store. Philly's technically in the Northeast. Someone knock? 1 second. From Lithuania, also a dump. Hey Gert, could you take a cordless battery-powered mini chainsaw to the calls so they'll capitulate already? What do you think about Nevada? Isn't it in Philly that they grease the lampposts? I think so, yeah. From the Philly suburbs? Yeah, I don't go to the city much anymore. Win 4,700 next week. If the opportunity presents itself, I think next week. Although tomorrow could be interesting. We have a pretty significant amount of the total gamma on the chain falling off tomorrow or expiring. I heard Philly described as death's headquarters. Chat is fired today. Sorry, Mr. Where does the MM want to close today? Around 47.55. We're still a bit away from that. Gamma falling off equals downs, most likely. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Philly suburbs is also known as Camden, which is also known as East Philadelphia. Is that where you live, Gaff? You always struck me as like a northern New Jersey kind of person. Like you needed to be close to the bridges in case you have to escape Jersey at a moment's notice. That's only if they stop buying calls, correct? Well, they already did that. They stopped doing that a little while ago. Fuck that. I only go to Philly long enough to get federal donuts and I bounce. There is some okay food there. Uh, Not worth going to the city for, but it's not too bad. I'm on the Pennsylvania side of the suburbs. Jersey smells. It does. You're not wrong. That's what I love about the East Coast, our equal disdain for each other. It's not about the color of your skin. It's about what city you grew up in. Central New Jersey, it's where the weather doesn't come, so it keeps me insulated. My buddy described New York City as an area, as an arena, and I thought that was kind of fitting. Huh. Maybe. Would you live in Connecticut? It's so fucking boring, though. I used to work there. It's just boring as fuck. And their pizza's bad. They burn their fucking pizza. Don't get me started. I'm gonna get angry about it again. Would you live back in the UK? I don't know. It's been a really long time since I've been there. I liked it as a child. I don't know if I'd like it as an adult. You think my SPY monthlies still have enough theta? Or should I be looking to roll out to Fab? SPY monthlies? What do you have them out on the 31st? I think that's maybe enough theta to find out what's going to happen here. It's not the same now. Fascism is rising again. What, in England? Or Connecticut? If New York broke from America and then joined Canada, would you move or accept you're living in Canada? Why would anybody ever do that? What's better, Connecticut pizza or Olive Garden pasta? Connecticut pizza. I'm in the UK. We could be buddies and hang out. Okay. The weather's bad there. So's the food. Yeah, I lived in London. Last I looked, it was 47.45. Time for poots. Starting to break down. What were you doing in the UK while a child? Well, my parents worked there, and I went to school mostly. Sometimes I played. Occasionally, I watched TV until we lost our TV license, and then the inspector took it away. Yeah. Same, all over. Do they really have wizards and wizardry schools in England? Not that I'm aware of. Are you grabbing your straddle puts out of the money here? No. It's still a little bit of a risk to enter the 4760 straddle. That's definitely a big risk to enter the 50. I don't think I need downside exposure there. I'll probably just wait and see how this turns out. TV license? What? Let's talk about that for the next 45 minutes. Oh, in England, you have to have like a license to watch your TV. And they have guys that drive around in little vans and catch people watching their TV without a license. We weren't supposed to pay for our TV license. The landlord was, but he didn't. And then we lost our TV license. Did you jack your lad looking at robots with a bottle of Wada? You know. At least you didn't live in France. That's true. Yeah, we don't have TV licenses in the US. You getting Pal World? What the fuck is that? Don't tell the tourists about the wizards. Greedy, but with the MM hedging to 55, it seems like a no-brainer. If we lose the 65 level where like the bottom of the calls start to fall out, then I'll probably start picking up a little bit of the straddle. Your parents are stealing cable? I mean, it wouldn't have been the first time. I remember one place we moved into, they had like the black box cable, like the illegal cable, and they just left it there. And we hooked it up to our TV and it just worked. That was the best apartment that year. It was awesome. We had like HBO, Cinemax. My parents didn't know, but the Spice Channel. I don't think people go to jail over TV licenses, although maybe I'm wrong. Anything weird they can do to force some more upside here? Yeah, they could buy a bunch more calls. Pal World is like Pokemon jacked up on Mountain Dew. Watch the trailer. It looks sick. Okay. Are you holding on to those TQQQ puts overnight? I mean, they were just kind of like a YOLO, but yeah. I needed to go below like 49.50 though for them to print. So we'll have to have a pretty big drop on QQQ tomorrow. Spice Channel, epic. I was like 12 at the time. I didn't really know what to do with it, but I knew I wanted to keep watching it. I lived in Galway Bay when I was just a wee boy. My strongest memory was the neighbor boy tricking me into grabbing stinging nettles. Yep, so I did that once. But then there's like another plant called like duck something, and then you rub that plant on where the nettle stung you. Problem over. It's like, what is the test for your TV license? Do you get a learner's permit and only watch BBC for 6 months before they let you have your full license? No, you just have to have like it's to fund the national television channels so they can make high budget content like Mr. Bean. You can be fined up to £1,000 plus court costs. There you go. Dog leaf? Maybe that's what it was. Dock leaf? I don't know. You can get a discount on your TV license if you have a black and... Who the fuck has a black and white TV? Now we're teaching herbology? Well, people asked about the wizards, so. Will GME 1000X in a few months ever happen again? Probably not. Was Tips super bullish? No. Biden was. Biden said all kinds of bullish shit. I don't know if I went to a Catholic school, but they did have nuns. It might have been a Catholic school. They didn't really focus on the religious aspect, despite the overarching theme. What's next? A sandwich tax? I'd like to take this opportunity to recommend the Netflix original show Dairy Girls. What are you, 14? Are you like a 14? I've seen the show, but I don't think it's appealing to most of this audience, probably. It's definitely a show like 16 to 24-year-old women would enjoy. Dairy Girls is great. It's not that funny. It's appealing to anyone who loves those cheeky Irish accents. Those are children. Nuns were on the Spice Channel. No, they weren't. Look at BTC go. Dropping under the second power law support band so it can challenge the bull market support band before moving up for the halving. Who predicted this? What if it just never moves up? What if it just keeps dropping forever, Gaff? It's an awful lot of ETFs. All the actresses in the show are 24. I wouldn't let a 16-year-old watch it. Why? It didn't have anything like wildly inappropriate. One's in her 30s. Really? Sounds like you'll finally hit your 12K byline. I've moved it down. I didn't know they were going to approve ETFs. Test on iPlayer here is a question. Do you have a TV license? Imagine if Netflix just said, have you paid? I mean, they just charge you automatically. I don't know, actually, but don't fuck with Dairy Girls. It was just the only funny part of the show was the headmistress. Everything else was fucking lame. Oh, the grandpa and the headmistress were great. The point is, you just say yes. I have a license, and it just works without any proof. Well, this was like the 90s. I don't know if it was the same, but that's not how it worked. Can they hold the pump into close? Potentially, yeah. Beneficial for the AM expiring options. I like how they peppered in the history of the Ireland and Northern Ireland conflict too. It's called the Troubles. And they did a poor job of peppering in the history of it. Also, why hasn't that reignited with Brexit being a clear violation of the Good Friday agreements? Can you also just deny the TV people entry and they can't do anything about it? We didn't do that. We let them right in. I mean, we didn't believe that's what they were there for because it sounded absurd, but it's complicated. It always is. The tiny fruit told me about their tanks and their bombs. Beyond that, I have no knowledge of this war. Would you like to come in for tea? No, we didn't invite them in for tea. What the Hold on. I just received the present I bought myself for Christmas. Would you like to come in for TV inspector? No, it wasn't a TV inspector. Housekeeping? You want mint for pillow? I bought myself a pair of shoes. Why would I mail order a bride? I wouldn't even want a local one. My grandma lives in Scotland and voted for succession. She's convinced the Bits pulled a Putin and rigged it. Huh. The Brits? I wouldn't be surprised. Don't you need to leave your house to utilize? I do leave my house, you know. I've been walking every day. I've been very good about it. And I had a doctor's appointment this morning. How much does a good pair set of Centaurian shoes cost these days? I don't know, they were like $200 or something. No, just sneakers. When was I buff? I haven't been buff since like 2019. Trading full time is not good exercise. I'm not a sneakerhead. I just needed a new pair of sneakers. And I was like, I bought them. What are the farrier fees in New York City? Pretty pricey. Not that I would know anything about that, but You seem like you wear a fedora. I don't wear hats at all. Do you wear slim fit pants? Yes. Should I? That's debatable. Stepped out to take a walk, foot achy, so no yog. What did Biden say besides "look how awesome I am"? More Bidenomics things. Look at all these jobs, wages are up. They're not lies, but they come at a cost. A cost which he was not forthright about. So, typical politics. He said he's long SPX and Trump is short. He did say that, actually. Trump wanting the market to crash is the most on the side of Trump I've ever been. Sorry to interrupt, but it's power hour, and the chance we get a small breakdown, it's okay. We're not seeing a lot of liquidity pick up to the upside here, so I think it's possible. It's more likely that we just kind of stay in this upper 70, 75 range, though. This greatly benefits AM expiring options tomorrow. I don't own skinny jeans. Wow. I don't wear skinny jeans. Slim fit pants, but not skinny jeans. I don't like having like a lot of pant material. Like I don't like baggy pants. Just ones that fit. I thought you would dress like old money, like a tux and a monocle. Later, Yaga. That's the secret. Now that I'm fat, all my pants are stretchy. Stretchy pants are the best invention. Thank God we figured out jeggings early, right? Do you guys remember pants that didn't stretch? Those fucking sucked. What did you weigh in your peak fitness era? Like 260? When I was the most in shape I've been, that was like I was still finishing up college, and that was that was about 260. I'm 253 now and 10 times fatter. I probably have a picture somewhere. I used to have a bunch of shit on my Facebook, but then I deleted it. Maybe on like an old phone or something. I've never been one for pictures. Isn't there a picture of me like somewhere with the like from mid 20? That was after 2010. There's a picture of me much skinnier somewhere on the Discord or around. Yeah, that one. How tall are you? 6'3". New money these days is Crocs, pajama pants, extremely baggy t-shirts, and broccoli hair. I tried the broccoli hair thing. It didn't stick. I'm a madman. I made money today, so I'm going to gamble on one DTE puts Nvidia instead of weeklies. Okay. Oh, you made money today. Nice. Good luck. Why am I looking at top? I'll look at something I care about. Yeah. Man, Caterpillar dropped a lot more than I thought it would. Momentum should be starting to turn around a bit. Now that we don't have more upside here, we potentially do. Wait, did I sell those fucking calls for tomorrow? Oh, okay, good. Oh, I'm gonna sell another one. I want to sell them for more, though. Maybe we'll test 80? Maybe not. AI's still down. What's the news on Apple? I love how analysts are trying to argue that Apple's stronger than they say they are. That was a big fucking bounce on AMD. Upstart still looks kind of like shit. Dude, Beyond's up today. Bounced off 7. I think Warren Buffett bought more Siri. Should sell cover calls on that. Interesting. Didn't Apple just fire all of their AI devs? I don't think the out of the money call buying is stopped yet. There's still a little bit of buying at 80. This is a little bit of a put wall there too, but not much of one. Oh, did they buy more Liberty Media? I thought they bought more Siri. I didn't even know they owned Liberty Media. Why are they buying both? I want you to know I'm holding options that were once plus 1,200 and are now minus 400. Okay. How's that going? Open Insider said they bought a bunch of Liberty. Did they sell off their Siri position? Why the fuck are they? Why are they buying both? Vega plays feel dumb sometimes. Why? Markets just go up. Volatility also goes up though. Name one time. Yesterday? No, it did. You even said, Gork, my puts are green. Balderdash. So they bought 9.68 million shares of Siri in Q3 2023, but now they're buying Liberty Media? Are they still holding the Siri or did they sell it? We picked up some 725, 750p with some theta. I hope we get some big downs tomorrow, next week. Maybe. Yields at the top end of the curve really didn't back off much, and the dollar's still up. So I think this push is like pretty short dated. It's mostly just zero DTEs driving the price up. And probably no small amount of it as an effort to get like sold puts that expire tomorrow and bought calls that expire tomorrow out of and in the money respectively. Remember, tomorrow is OPEX. We actually saw like a pretty big run up into close yesterday too, right? But like dealer delta and gamma continued to fall off. I hope the MM wins and gets the price point they want. I mean, the MM doesn't care, or they shouldn't care. They would just prefer to close at that price. Like it would be better for them, but it's not gonna like hurt them if we close above that. They'll hedge to where the demand is. If you couldn't live in Manhattan, where on the East Coast would you live? Oh, um, Brooklyn? Is there an R with the Series A and C difference for Liberty? Maybe. Can you tell the difference between the Greeks for SPX and SPXW? Why are they not the same when it's a week? When it's the week of the monthly contract expiration? The AM expiration is far larger, um, generally speaking, than the weekly expirations. So they represent a significantly larger amount of the interest on the total chain. Brooklyn? Don't kid. You'd be in Williamsburg, which is still Brooklyn. I wouldn't live in Florida. I hate Florida. I don't want to buy more 4800Ps out of the money. Did you buy 4800Ps out of the money at any point? No. Excellent. Do you think we test 80, 85? There's enough calls at 80 that we could test it. I mean, I don't know where the end of the day is gonna go. Options just get cheap, right? It's fucking end of day super erratic. We could break down super hard, or we could push up another $5 or $10. The Bulls aren't like amazingly well positioned here, but I think it'll take too long for the momentum to fall off. And they've got enough calls in the money that they don't like it's unlikely that we're gonna slip. I guess we could see a like if we start seeing some of them sell off maybe, but Not yet. How's Nvidia looking? Kind of bounced after filling the gap. Losing a little bit of the momentum from that. I mean, QQQ is kind of just losing a little bit of momentum here. So I don't think it's just Nvidia. I think having an SLD that takes us anywhere near negative 2% plus tomorrow Monday is off the table. Okay. Wasn't our peak to trough like 2% already? One and a half. Almost 2% if you go from last Friday. Or from the local high. You sure what kind of sneakers you got? Oh, Haka Ones. Hoka? Any expectations for direction after the AM options come off of the chain? Could be more bearish. A lot of the call interest falls off. How likely is an overnight drop? I mean, there's not a lot of charm falling off. So I probably wouldn't bet on it with anything short dated. I agree that we haven't seen a lot of like selling off this week. I don't think we've seen very much of the effects from SLD yet. I think macro data just pushed the market down into the early part of the week, and nobody could sell anything. Isn't Hoka owned by the same parent company that owns Uggs? I don't know. Maybe? Now they own UGG, and Tiva. And Kulabura. SLD ends on Monday. I don't know when it's going to dump. I think the overall trend for the market is bearish. I think we're continuing to get data that supports that, and also data that does not support 6.5 rate cuts this year. I need to look at is the -1 correlation between SPX and TLT today. Yeah, yields up, market up. Usually not a good sign. While we're on shoes, any opinion on Crocs? Like, the company? I cannot tell you how happy I am to see BTC continue to trickle in spite of ridiculous ETF hype. Best thing that can happen in the space is to force realism into the crypto-fluencer laps. Why aren't you trying to be a crypto-fluencer, Gaff? You could quit your day job, live in your sweatpants in your Jersey basement, and just pontificate on crypto all day long. You could get into space calls and argue with people. Maybe maybe Plute will give you some money. If we see 4840 tomorrow, please time me out because I'm gonna be pissy. Okay. Would July 18, 4100p be a viable Vega play? What's the Vega on it? It sounds like it would be, but I want to check. July 19? July 19 AM expiry? I assume you mean? Looks like it's 6.03 Vega. So... I mean, it's profitable on a 3% move in At the Money IV. Almost 100% on a 5% move. It's got a 6x multiplier on volatility. So I'd say it's pretty sensitive. I hate every word you just said. I still haven't sold my crypto. I've had it since as early as 2018, which is like 3 decades. Yes, it is. What's up with QQQ September 20th, 2024? 3079.78 Ps. There's 302,638 OI. Largest position on the chain. probably leftover from when the when the special dividend split. They could be sold, although maybe not. That's an awful lot of theta. Has there been recent volume on the strike, or just the old shit? So they had a special dividend and fucked up the strikes. Here's my theory: Bitcoin tanks, crypto bros sell it all, then buy QQQ at the top, provide exit liquidity for a market crash. Man, crypto's just not that big. Like, I think everyone thinks crypto's a lot bigger than it is. It's still like all of crypto is still smaller than Apple, which is 1/7 of the stocks that drive the market up. Could we see Tesla again touch 208 tomorrow? Possibly. I mean, Tesla's below delta neutral. It's in a pretty bearish spot. I'd rather just hate my job. Yeah, that's fair. I already do that for fun. Some people say if you do what you love, then you're never working. Those people are idiots that hate their job and their life. As IBKR, SCX options data have been wonky all day. I don't know. Are we gonna chop between 4850 and 4700 till I die? You mean 4800 and 4700? People just don't understand how big $1 trillion is. It's the what's it called? The law of large numbers or whatever. That's true. Most people can't comprehend those values of money. I mean, you can tell because Superstock still goes on and on and on about the $1 billion that GME has. I understand how small it is, but shh. OPEC's going to be wild. I mean, there's a lot of interest expiring and strangely not a lot of charm, so I think so. Literally all of crypto is smaller than the market cap of the big six, and BTC is only half of that. Yeah. Mostly traded December 28th. 287,000 volume. It might be a put position. I'll have to look at it. I don't really pay that much attention to QQQ usually. Do you think GME will OPEX? I don't know if it's been shorted hard enough. I guess it could see some covering, but I kind of doubt it. It's below gamma neutral, but not, or below delta neutral, but not below gamma neutral. Like it might, I don't know, it might see like a little bit of a run, but probably nothing special. There's definitely not enough shorting on it for a big run. VIX waking up? Maybe a little. The momentum to the upside is starting to fall off here a bit. Ooh. Create new order. I want to sell 2 more of those at 300. Oh, nope. Sell? Jesus Christ. Why aren't those combining? Uh-oh. Wait, neither are the AM. No. They're not the AM. Oh, they are. God damn it. I fucking hate WeBull so much. Oh, whatever. If they drop, I'll just fucking close them. Why would it pick AM? I literally hit create new order and it chooses the AM expiry. What a fucking piece of shit platform. God, that's fucking dumb. What's the Chapter 11 forecast for AMC? This year, next, they have 1 billion of those soon to force reissuance on bonds due in the next 18 months. You know it's gonna be hysterical, Gaff? AMC survives it all. Like they stay afloat until rates start dropping. Let's make some positive gamma strikes now. Does that mean it's over for bears this week? No. Most of that positive gamma is sold calls. Where does the MM want to see this? 4760 now. Delta's starting to fall off. Wonder if I can turn this into a butterfly. Sell the call strike. 40, 70, 75 call. Hold on. AM expiry. Oh, okay. That I can do that without closing it. Okay, so I have 4 of those now. And then I sell the AM call. No, the AM put. Put spread. Vertical. 75.70. 75, 70.65, right? What's the credit on that? It was 1479, 1169. Twenty-five to 65 open. So if I can get a little more credit out of the put spread. Okay, so I want this to drop below 75. And I missed it? Did I miss it? Ooh. $65.60. Kind of like that. What, 17 minutes? He's even a fucking stock god on accident. You can always get yourself out of a bad situation, Dork. What time does Top do their thing tomorrow? I don't know if they're doing their thing tomorrow. They delayed their financial report release, but they said nothing about their about their guidance for their restructuring. So I have no idea what Top's going to do tomorrow, or if they're going to do anything at all. Another little short here. Futures 48.10 is a little bit of a resistance. We've got a shift in momentum, but not a lot. Probably nothing until tomorrow, right? Oops. I need 2 of those. I just applied for a job at BBBY. Do you think they'll survive long enough to hire me? Oh, Jesus. End of day uppers or downers? I mean, it could technically go either way. I don't think there's a lot of 85 calls. Yeah, there really aren't a lot of 85 calls. Somewhere between 80 and 75 is most likely. But upside momentum is really kind of burning out here. So I think their best bet is to just try to stabilize here into the end of the day. I'm sorry I insulted your shoe selection. Wait, did you? Do you think Cat has room to 283.84 tomorrow? I'm not very bullish for tomorrow, but maybe. I don't know. Cat's not in a really great position right now. Yeah, long side interest on Cat's been collapsing over the last like 5 days. It doesn't look super hot. Also, Charm's gonna start to decay, which is gonna work against the upside. So maybe like it could open higher, but then drop. It feels like it's had a blanket on it for weeks. Yeah, I've had no interest in playing Cat recently. The downside of Cat always sucks. You mentioned some upside for next week. No, I didn't. I mentioned some upside for today. And then we got it twice. We might see some upside like middle of next week, but I'm not sure we will. I think things are looking pretty bearish. Over a longer time frame, like a couple weeks, I think things look really bad. I don't think this bounce matters. You think they're still going to continue to pump meme 7 all year anytime they drop? Options. Calls. Puts. 70-65. Ten minutes to go.
Senate passes stopgap spending bill, sends to the House for final passage. Set to vote on the bill later today, ahead of the weekend deadline. Money markets fall. High yield fund sees 1 billion in inflows this week. Interesting. Oop, there's a push up. Where the fuck are those? Are those just futures? That's the high from Tuesday. Still no 0 DTE 85 call buying. Maybe AM expiry options. Is that gonna sell off? I'm trying to open a Condor, but maybe I should take the reduced risk on the butterfly. Because I don't think I'm going to get a fill on the Condor mostly. Maybe I will. There we go. Okay. Wait, did we still not fill the gap? No, we did, right? Yeah. Are the bulls kind of pumping themselves into a market crash here? I mean, they're just buying a lot of zero DTE calls. I don't think it's that big of a deal. What's up, Jedward? I made money again today, Greg. Thanks. Nice, dude. Well done. So I need SPX to open tomorrow between 60 and 73. 61 and 73. Wait, what did I get on the fill for those? 423, 308. That's not right. Oh, 308 on the long. $60 and $74. Yeah, it's not too bad. Otherwise, I lose. Max loss is $75. That's not, yeah, that was a good save. Max profits 425. See, sometimes you can fuck up and still save your own ass. So I ended up with that instead of, you know, $500 worth of risk. Pardon me, sir. Rooting for 47.25 open, headed to 46.75 before bulls panic buy. That'd be cool. I haven't seen Elon's tweet. What do you think's gonna happen tomorrow morning? Yeah. I'd like the market to open between 65 and or 60 and 75 though. Iron condors are magic. I don't know if they're magic, but well, the most bullish bull and the most bearish bear all think all-time highs tomorrow. So probably down. Ding ding. The day is done. So, I guess we found, well, it's a little bit off. Found some resistance there on that breakup to test the 48.15 level. ES was rejected there. I'll probably see the MM shed some of that zero DTE hedge in after hours here. We have Japanese inflation tonight. I really don't know how that's going to hit, but the dollar's slumped a little bit below 103.50 right now. Depending on the effect there, we may see the dollar push back up in the overnight trading session. Yields at the top end of the curve all up again today. The 10-year just below 4.15. The 20-year just below 4.5, and the 30-year just below 4.4. I think we're going to continue to see more and more banks lean into the carry trade as we get more and more information that we're unlikely to see the early rate cuts that the market is expecting. And as those are priced out, financial conditions will start to tighten again. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I think we're going to see some of the realization of that over the next few weeks. Gold's up a little bit today. Oil up quite a bit today. VIX 3-month and VIX down along with VIX futures. So we saw a decent amount of volatility shorting, although VIX still above 14, so quite high. You generally see VIX decline into the end of the week, pick up into the new week. So we may see more volatility shorting tomorrow, but we have a ton of gamma falling off of the chain with the AM expiry, and that's going to open up a lot of range. And given that most of that gamma is like sold calls and sold puts, and some shorter dated bought calls, I think overall the net effect will be bearish. But we do not have a lot of charm, and so we don't really have those Friday supportive flows like we usually do. Usually SPXW has a lot more interest. We'll see tonight how much that's grown today, but I don't expect it's grown very much. So I think the downside's still a little bit more slippery. We're likely to see gamma neutral move up, probably above the 47.50 range, up towards 47.60 on the monthly, and then we'll probably see or on the weekly contracts, and on the monthly contracts we'll probably see gamma neutral move closer to 47.50. Right now it's at like 45. I don't think we're seeing any reversal in that trend. That's probably going to continue for some time. Obviously tomorrow morning an open below 4,800 starts to push back in that bearish range, but we'd probably like to see it drop more in the early part of the day. We have Michigan consumer tomorrow, and I think that's about it. Existing home sales and Michigan consumer. Later in the day, we've got Barr speaking at 1 o'clock, and then we've got some stuff in the after market close tomorrow with long-term tick flows and net capital flows, and a daily speaking over the weekend. We also have German PPI at 2 a.m. and British retail sales. So both of those could have a big effect. If German PPI is continuing down, we may see that harm the euro. British retail sales, well, not as significant as China's, could have some effect. Lagarde is also speaking at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning before market open. So a little bit of international stuff overnight might fuck with the dollar, but nothing major. Japan is probably, the Japanese data is probably more important, unless we see like PPI costs in Germany rocket or something, which we shouldn't, because they've been seeing deflation in that sector for some time now. All of my YOLO puts are at 0. I see. Oh, you flatter us? UK sales. LOL. Ascot mommy. As far as the rest of the stuff today, I mean, Tesla still had a pretty bad day. Continued down. Stayed below, delta neutral. No bounce back. Friday is always a tricky day with Tesla. Bulls like to buy the fuck out of it. So maybe we'll see a bounce back towards delta neutral tomorrow on that. I mean, QQQ's kind of run the gamut today. I think it broke an all-time high. Maybe not a lot left there to pump, and honestly, like, even though Dow and Russell recovered, they didn't recover that much today. And I don't see a pump in breadth protecting the upside here. Broad commodities up a little bit today. I know BT ran today about 10% on news that it's being added to the mid cap S&P index, or the small cap S&P index. So that was cool. Dollar's still struggling with that 103.50 level, although I do expect it to continue breaking higher. Then we'd be looking at 104, 105 on a continuation of that, but a little bit of a pullback into the end of today. Yields, however, did not pull back very much. Generally, when we see a drop in the dollar, the drop in yields is a little bit more severe, and we even now we still continue to see yields moving up. Correlation turned back a little bit, but not very much. Carry trades still being leaned on pretty heavily, and the forward return on volatility is moving closer and closer to positive, especially as the yield curve and credit conditions tighten here. Move, that's not updated yet. This is a little weird. Skew's been rocketing, but VIX has also been going up, and that's odd. So we've got a rise in volatility, but less of a demand for tail risk hedging. So shorting vol into vol demand, it's risky, right? Obviously, the more skew goes up, the greater chance there is for a tail event to occur. It increases the probability of like 1, 2, 3 signal moves. The higher it is. So that's that's kind of spiking pretty hard. Lastly, we've got our cash VIX futures correlation here, and we're looking at what was that? Oh, I fucked that up. We're looking at 42.25% today, so a little bump up from yesterday's negative 41%. This is statistically relevant divergence, and also over the rolling period that we measure, the greatest divergence in the history of the VIX. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything, right? Anyway, that's about it. Oh, Nat Gas got shit on today really hard, which probably helped the drop in volatility, honestly. Don't play Nat Gas. It'll fuck you up. That's all. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I don't know what Banat is. I appreciate it. I'll have Pickles Picks out tonight, and I will see you guys tomorrow for 0 DTE Day, the best day of the week. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.